Test audio. Testing audio. Testing audio. Audio test 1, 2, 3. It's very low. Audio is low. Audio is low. Let me try this. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I don't understand. My audio settings keep just like changing around. Arbitrarily. But it sounds good. Sounds decent. Let's transition in. It's good enough. And that's a hallmark of Country Fried Minis. Hello, fine folks. How goes it today? We're back in at the workstation. We're back here working on Premiere. Today is a day to get in a little bit of work on this here 28mm Marauder Part 2. We had a lot of fun with the Diablo stream. I think that's going to continue. We're looking at possibly making that a weekly episodic. You know, it's not Country Fried Minis material. It's not miniature related, but I'm hoping to make it miniature related in the end. And in fact, let's go ahead and do Diablo 2. So they're Diablo 2, of course. But I found some really awesome assets on cults by Kalkunovic. Here, I'll pop this into the chat. This guy, whoever it is, whatever their pronoun is, has some fun models. Some really fun models here. A bunch of Doom stuff, a bunch of historical stuff, but what interested me the most was this Diablo stuff. And I also have a Diablo model downloaded from a different artist, but I think when it's all said and done, when we complete the final episode of the Diablo playthrough stream, I'm going to tie it back into some models. I think it'll be super fun, super engaging. Maybe even follow those Diablo tiles. Let's see if I can't find that. Diablo floor tiles. Can't remember the guy's name who did the Diablo dungeon tiles. Yes, Lenric's Realm. This guy has some really lovely work, and he makes these really high quality, beefily constructed dungeon tiles, which is a thing I've seen on several channels, but these are probably the highest quality ones I've seen. And then when they're all said and done, he's painstakingly made them, where's the reveal? Painstakingly made them look like Diablo. So I could see a diorama build perhaps in the future. If you're finding this stream through the algorithm and that's something that interests you, please let me know in the comments down below. I read all the comments. I'll get back to you. And if you have advice or questions or thoughts or something you'd like to see, this is a good place for it. In effect, our workflow live streams are not only the workflow, working on stuff in Premiere, but it is also a platform in which fans of Country Fried Mini, viewers of Country Fried Minis, can use it as a public forum to voice their thoughts and desires for the channel. Digressing. Today, we're back in Premiere, trying to put together the Marauder Part 2. I briefly tried to do a live stream the other day, but I gotta be honest, folks, my mental health is under a lot of strain right now with school. I've got some major projects coming due. In fact, I've got a video project that needs to come out on Wednesday for my final, and I haven't even started. It's all up here in the noodle, but that's going to require some script writing and filming and frantic work, which is unfortunate. I should have been working on it before now. That said, I do want to get out part 2 of this Marauder build and keep the content rolling, keep the algorithm happy. Unfortunately, Marauder Part 1 is underperforming much. It's not performing like I'd like to see, which is hard to see when you put so much time and effort into it. That said, hopefully Part 2 with its full reveal will, surpass that. Digressing, favorite word. We have put some stuff together in the meantime here. Got my placeholders in. We're going to do like a retrospective of what happened in the previous episode. Got this whole previously on Country Fried Minis. A little "we'll be right back" graphic. Another placeholder, and then immediately we jump in and talk about the whole no worries about the ink wash or the oil wash, because you can just wipe it off with a nice soft lint-free piece of cloth. In this case, a cut-up dress sock and some white spirit. My apologies if that motorcycle come through. I do live in downtown San Francisco, and the traffic outside has an uncanny knack for starting to get noisy whenever I sit down to record audio. There's actually there's like a motorcycle club / shop within a block, 2 blocks of my apartment. So there's a couple guys on Harleys that go by and like to, rev their motors, because their inferior product needs to be revved constantly to keep from stalling out. Anyhow, that's just my personal thoughts on it. If you like Harleys, I'm not bashing your choices for what it's worth. I hate motorcycles. Living downtown, a lot of the guys who drive those intentionally rev their motors to set off car alarms at 2 o'clock in the morning, stuff like that. I think it might be an attitude problem with people rather than the device itself. Okay, so where we're at here, we're pulling out the white spirit, we're cleaning off the Marauder, and then it's going to be meanwhile, while that's drying up, we need to prepare the legendary pilot himself, Mr. Colin McLaren. Do an insert of the rap song in the background, a little clip, at least where it says Colin McLaren, and then this part of the video is going to talk about, it's going to talk about Colin McLaren. It's going to talk about painting up the model. So we put the 3D model in, give it a good look-see. I show folks how to angle it properly. Just real brief 20-second clip of this. And then we're going to put points on it. Sorry, my nose is itching like mad now that I'm on the stream. I need to, not be picking my nose. Yeah, so we do the 3D model, and then we prime it up So that's where I got to last. I've got like the base coating seams arrayed out and ready to be cut down. Let's go ahead and resize them proper actually. So the idea here is we want to, as always, show the priming of this model without spending too much time on it. So I think we can get away with just showing we're just gonna show painting one. In this case I printed two just in case I broke one, since the resin models are really fragile. I figured that the chances of breaking the model would be non-zero, but of course I made it through with just the one, which was awesome. However, in that case, since I made it with just the one, there's no need to actually show priming both of them, I don't think. So what we're going to do is trim this clip to right before I go to drop it. There we go. Right there. Pow. And I mean, as you've seen, as any of you've noticed, I'm sure you have with these clips, I record, 10 minutes at a time sometimes of working on a model. And then it gets cut down. That's because I don't put any thought into what my shots are at the time. I just record what's going on. And it leads to this kind of disjointed process where I'm cutting things apart and making it up as I go. Let's see, how long is this clip? This is almost 40 seconds long. So I think what we'll do is cut these in 3-second intervals, maybe. I'm gonna get out the guy. I want this juicy pour happening. 2 minutes and 1 second. Yeah, perfect. And can we get 5 shots out of this? I think so. You skip all the testing. We'll start right there. Three seconds of that. I don't even know if I can fit 3, 3, and 3 into this. Let's just go from the back end here. I guess I'll do this like little fumbly bits. Just put that in. What's 3 seconds of that look like? Damn it. Razor blade right there. 3 seconds off. Slice this. Pop. Pop, pop, pop. 15 seconds dedicated to priming it up because, it's the same information as every other time. Let's see what that looks like. Get the thing out, pour up the paint, pull out the model, give it a spray, flip it over, finish it off, show off the model. That actually didn't show the model long. might need to. There's a bit where I'm dropping the model. Not 100% sure why I did. Oh yeah, I dropped the model to pull out the other one, but I think we should include that. Now that I'm thinking about it, do this here, and I want to get it plopping down onto the table. Let's see what 3 seconds of that looks like. Oh, 9. Okay, it's still showing spray. Excellent. Let's grab this. Click that in place. Get rid of those. And give this a play. A watch through. Oopsies. Here we go. Alright, so show the airbrush. Pour the paint. Pull out the model. Start spraying it. Finish spraying it. Toss it on the table. Boom, cut into the next frame. Alright, so we now have oil wash wiped off, Colin McLaren 3D modeled, Colin McLaren primed, and we can start doing this whole like base coating segment. And I think the way we're going to approach this is, you know, I'm looking at it and it looks like I might have there's got to be a spot where I've recorded base coating in red. What's the name of that clip? 163504. I'm going to find that in my folder, which is right here. Okay, one of these videos has to have the base coating of McLaren. Did I really not record it? I may have just straight up not filmed working on McLaren's red coat. Interesting. Putting the black on. What was the name of this? This is 172059. 172059. I see it there. I may very well not have any footage of actually painting McLaren, or I may not have any footage of actually painting up the red part, the red vest. So I guess I can just gloss over that. This is all metal work. I guess this is also part of the problem. I'm illustrating part of the problem here with the amount of footage. It's like it's not clearly labeled. There's a lot of it to scrub through. Oh, it's got to be here. Get the red back out. No, not there. We're doing the Wolf's Dragoon symbols. I'm chatting on the computer. More symbol work. More symbol work. Doing the McLaren. Doing the little. It's a shame these didn't actually show up in the final piece really well, but I did some kill mark tallies and a little tiny rendition of the McLaren Scott's badge. Oh, very cool. I forgot I had this. Well, you know, this is a great example of these little, like, these moments, these aha moments that happen. Let's see, that is 010157. I think I'm going to use that footage. Looking for it. It's right here. Here we go. It is actually right before this other piece of footage. Neat little inclusion. All right, so we're gonna select all these clips we just edited down and slide them over for now. And then that didn't quite buy me the 5 minutes to insert this. Let's do it a little further. I could be wrong. I'm an idiot. All right, now I have this footage of cleaning the model. I think it will enhance the scene and bridge the gap between 3D print and finished model. Yeah, let's do that. Probably in 3-second bursts as well. Let's see where 3 seconds puts that. Got the alcohol. Let's get that wherever that first frame of it is. Pow. Snag this. 3 seconds. Grabby. So get out the alcohol. And then do I actually show? I do show those. Okay. Let's get wherever it's the first frame. Slice it out. Okay, got a clip. And then I want to show this ridiculous knife that I use to pop my models off. How far forward is that? Right here, another 3 seconds. Pop both the models off. I'm going to move these up into track 2 so I can mentally track them a little better. And then no need to show cleaning all that, but I do think it's worth showing the dunk. You know, this is a little long, but this is Colin McLaren's mech, and it would be foolish, I think, to not include McLaren himself as kind of a focal point of this bit of video. Let's do, I like how I drop it there. What about that scene? If I start right here, go to 3 seconds. What's that look like? I like that. Fun stuff. I have a nice crisp top of the support somewhere. These were kind of a bit of a pain in the end, actually. Anyhow, digressing, if y'all want to Tempest Ace Pilot STL, if y'all are interested in printing your own version of this here Colin McLaren stand-in, picked it up over here at Velrock Art Miniatures. Was a very reasonable price, and I'm gonna toss it in the live chat replay right here. $4, not bad. You know, it's about what I'd pay for a Reaper Bones model, and of course I own the file. Now, printing this with my printer did not end up with that kind of quality, and I even ended up with some extra material over his left eye that turned out to be not part of the sculpt, so I just included it like hair overhanging his eye. Anyhow, it was a fun little addition to this model. Let's do a little bit more support popping. Shift both of these up. This is a self-indulgent piece of track. Let's do right there. Does this go far enough? I'd like to include a bit of the wiping down. Might ought to just do the wiping down part. Hello, Derek. Welcome. Yeah, today's just another workflow.
Access granted.
The words escape me. I feel a little underwater at the moment, but I have all this footage for the Marauder Part 2. So I want to get that out. We get this one out. We do the Tukiyid video coming up, collaboration with Battlebound. That gets released. It's got to come out on May 20th, Tukiyid Day. And then I think I'm going to possibly give myself a brief break for sanity's sake. Maybe take 2 weeks off video production and then come back strong with a fun project. I've actually got a fun project in mind that is another video game character. If I could find it. Let's see. And I have yet to figure out how to pose the model. But I am planning on celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Skyrim Special Edition, Skyrim Legendary Edition, with a 3D print of Nazim, everyone's favorite character to hate. I've managed to rip it from the game files and pose it and make it work, or import it and make it work. I just haven't been able to pose it. There's some intricacies in the software that I don't quite understand. Like I can rip the model, but then it's in like generic kind of half T pose. So there's something to like the composing the bones of the model. And unfortunately, I don't really understand that. Okay. But, digressing back on hand, at this point, we are putting Colin McLaren's model under the UV light to cure it up. And I'm making this really self-indulgent sequence, which is fine. It's fine. It's a little long to get all these shots in it, honestly. But I think it's important to really punctuate this whole segment. Let's see, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 27 seconds. I could toss in another 3-second shot and just make it a nice clean 30 seconds. We'll do that one. Oh, I like the toss and sloosh. Let's see what that looks like in a 3-second bit. All right. Tell me about Clan Novacat. Well, I don't know much about the clans, unfortunately. I have always been a Inner Sphere guy. I've always had a deep ingrained hatred of the clans. I grew up reading my dad's Technical Readout 3050 book, always from the perspective of the Inner Sphere guys being invaded. Oh, that's quite interesting right there to see the beginnings of it. Novacats were founded by a guy of the Ameris Dragoons, the enemy of Kerensky. Cool. I wonder, of course, the Sarna is a good place to start, but I'm wondering if either Mechanical Frog or Big Red 40K have something. I think Big Red 40K does more like chassis lore or chassis history. I wonder if Mech Frog has any. Can't I search his stuff specifically? Let's see. Novacat. Well, he's got how to paint it available. I'm not sure if there's any good Clan Novacat lore. Yeah, I don't really know much. I wish I could help a little more there, but unfortunately, I don't know the clans. I just know they are filthy clanners, and they seek to stifle the human way of life and turn it into this bizarre version of their idea of a meritocracy. I'm just Inner Sphere all in a way. What's the clan not clan beef? Just all their whole genetic program, their warrior centric culture, the emphasis on, well, biggest thing is the emphasis on the warrior culture. You're automatically like lesser. It's a whole caste system that just seems, well, actually kind of seems in line with the whole like feudalistic approach of battletech on some level. Yeah, they got genetic aberrations. Think about the elementals. Like they breed people to be bigger, stronger, to use the elemental suits. They're basically space marines. Their aerospace pilots are also mutants. I wonder, let's see, clan aerospace pilot. There's got to be some artwork for it somewhere. I know it's out there somewhere. I know there's art for it. I just don't know what is the thread to find it. No worries, no worries. The whole distractions are good. I actually find that chat interaction goes a long way of keeping on task in the long run. Distractions are good. But yeah, I wish I could be more help with clan lore. I'm not super versed on it. I'm actually quite rigid-minded when it comes to the clans. Although I did make a star for my collection that is Minnesota tribe. I guess clan, is it Badger? It might be Badger. Badger clan battletech. Clan Badger? No. I can't remember who they were. Wolverine? Clan Wolverine? Maybe it was Wolverine. Clan Wolverine battletech. They were destroyed. What are natural intersphere clan enemy pairings? That is a really tough one to really point out directly. Due to the nature of, you know, changing alliances and mercenary operations, like everybody can logically fight everybody. Hello, Corey. Welcome to the stream. Today we are doing, this is just the workflow live stream. This is kind of a space where I'm working on Premiere and talking about nonsense and just really offering a platform on which people can come in and voice their thoughts regarding videos or regarding elements they want to see. It's a live platform for me to like kind of interact. Although I don't know if you caught, we've started something different. I'm doing a Diablo 1 playthrough with Blake. We're gonna try to turn it into a weekly episodic. So, you know, just experimenting stuff. I guess circling back around to kind of try to answer your question regarding enemy pairings, I think the best route would be looking at the lore around historical engagements during certain eras. What's one? Just think of Operation Guerrero. Let's see who was involved in that. This was a conflict between Federated Commonwealth, Free Worlds League, and Capellan. So this is what kind of kicked off the FedCom Civil War. So, like, though I don't know what clan you'd specifically be fighting as a Capellan, you definitely would have some spats between the Federated Commonwealth and some Free Worlds League stuff. And honestly, Capellans could fight anybody, really. They kind of get picked on and have a reputation for being duplicitous towards their allies, which I love. In fact, I want to put together a Death Commandos lance because their symbol is flippin' fantastic. I think that'd be a really fun freehand to do on some mechs. Plus, I'm pretty sure they're like here's unit color compare. I'm pretty sure they're black with green. Yeah, they look awesome. Be super fun. It's really interesting to note, like, I started painting up battletech models with the intention to stick with the 12th Arcturan guards. I think it's the 12th, 15th maybe. They're white with the tiger stripe shoulders, but after painting up a whole bunch of them, I realized that I could not be limited to just one color scheme, and I now have like 7 or 8 different factions represented in my collection, including a Clan Wolverine star. I'm finding to collect more factions is cooler. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a whole, like, BattleTech really suffers from the gotta catch 'em all thing, and then when you end up with a ton of different mechs and lances, like, it naturally follows to start adding different factions as well. Plus, you're right, trying out different paint jobs is absolutely in line with BattleTech. It's like, because of the whole mercenary trend, the trends you use in mercenaries and salvage, like, any paint job in any faction really makes sense. Did you see the Armored Core 6 gameplay trailer? I did. It looks exciting. I'm a little concerned as to how they're going to handle BattleTech in an open world setting, though, because it's got, like, the very limited ammo mechanic was always kind of centric. I don't think it'll work well as a true Dark Souls type, but it did look cool. It did look really cool. Derek, BattleTech freehand is so fun. I highly agree. I got my start into it with Camo Specs freehand. I think it's the guy who did it. Yeah, this video right here. He really, like, breaks down. See if I can't find the start right here. He really breaks down how to, like, think of these symbols as shapes and as colors, and then gets into like the nitty-gritty of actually painting on these little tiny freehands. In fact, I'll go ahead and likewise share this one into the chat. BattleTech freehanding tips. Can't type. Freehanding tips courtesy of Camo Specs. Pal. Here we go. Bloom. So I'm building Troll Skull Manor for our D&D campaign. 28mm scale, 4 floors. Got a real creative spark going on after that dungeon build. Not gonna lie though, I saw one video of his painting green. He's already using airbrush to base coat, and then he spent the next 2 hours dry brushing. Yeah, it's BattleTech lends well to dry brushing. What is this? What is Troll Skull Manor? What are you talking about? Waterdeep. Oh, you mentioned that last time we spoke, that we were that you were doing Waterdeep. Cool. Honestly, I'd love to have you on sometime if you want to take some really nice pictures of your work, and we could do like an interview thing. It's a party-owned tap room. Wait, so are you saying that in your campaign y'all own this point of interest? Is there some story behind how you ended up with the Troll Skull Manor? That's so good. I dig it. I've been wanting to get into some D&D. I tried to. We completed the quest tied to. Okay, so like Fallout style, you now own the house, or Skyrim style, which is the same game, of course. All right, so here I want to. I guess I'm just sharing my thought process here, all over the place. So I've got these 4 clips of base coding Mr. Colin McLaren. It is, what's that? 4 minutes to 41 minutes. So over a half-hour footage. We're gonna pare this down to. I'm thinking like a quad shot. We could do the grays. We could do the grays, the blacks, and the browns, and the flesh. Yeah. Corey says, I'm planning to run Curse of Strahd. I'd like to do it in roll 20. Have you done roll 20 with your crew yet? Or are you strictly in person? Which, of course, is the superior way. Don't get me wrong. So I'm going to... So right here, I'm going to make a mask. An alignment mask. To do a quad panel. Because I'm not quite sure how to... What numbers make for fine control. So we want to do, let's see, it's 1920 by 1080. I'm thinking a 10 pixel gap in the middle. We're looking at 955 by, here we just do it this way. New image. 955 by, I can't math. My brain no want math. So we're looking at 1070, I guess, with a gap in the middle. So 535, 35. Make an image here. We're gonna do green, maybe actually blue, so it's a little more vivid. Paint that on. Set this guy up, black background, come in here, select all of this, go in layer 2, pop that in, pop another one, should have a 10 pixel gap right in the middle there. There we go. And then select all this and paste it down. And now I have this tool. Tool right there. Deselect. File. Save as. We're going to go into 28mm Marauder. pop in part 2 and call this 4-panel alignment mask. I just cannot type a 4-panel alignment mask. Flat. Yes, sir. Exit out paint.net. Don't save. And now, when I cut these images down, or these clips down, I can have it where they're all 4 on the screen at the same time in a nice clean fashion. And I think that's what I'm aiming for. What am I doing? I'm base coating gray. Base coating gray over gray, and it's like, it looks like the same color, really. It was so insanely close to the original gray. Hey, congrats on getting out that part 1, says William. Yeah, that was it's honestly, it's a little disappointing. I had expected a little more traction on the Marauder video, but I'm still at the stage of kind of grinding and just trying to build up community. We're still looking at, you know, like 60 hours probably. Realistically, about 60 hours goes into a video, so that's why I'm dabbling into I do the live streams for the workflow, and then recently jumping into that Diablo stream. I know it's video games, which is not at all related to miniatures, or it's a stretch to make it related to videos, but I think continuing to put out the long form content in addition to some fun other inclusions. Yes, absolutely, Wayun. Feedback on editing is kind of precisely what the workflow live stream is about. This is a space for folks to come in and voice their opinions live. So please, any tips and feedback are quite welcome. This is safe. Try to isolate some I think we're doing 3-second clips here of each of these shots. Does 3 seconds actually show that paint? It does. Okay. Grab the black. Going to mix up the black. Three seconds back. Usually the first seconds matter the most when it comes to capturing the interest of people. Unfortunately, the video starts with 30 seconds of very dark footage of the MAD with no music or sound. Yeah, that's and the actual video with the intro only starts at like 1 minute 30 seconds. Yeah, so that come out a little weird. Here, I'll pull it up. I guess I could just play the footage off the computer. Think about it. So the footage was overly dark, though I wanted to aim for teasers, more so than actually like showing the model. And in fact, the music behind it, I don't know why it came out so quiet on the YouTube version. But it was definitely an experimental take on showing the showing a teaser, trying something different with the shots and some music. Because the music that's shown there itself is also a teaser for this next episode. So there's definitely a lot going on in my head regarding that. And I wonder if, let's see where the analytics show it. I don't know how, like, if I'm okay to show my analytics here, but honestly, there is a drop off on every video, so it's kind of hard to gauge if it affected it. It looks about the same. I find that like 60% of folks drop off or so. And then let's see how many people are watching by the time the video actually starts. Down to like 38%, which is kind of average for my channel. The intros are long and self-indulgent, and I want to slowly shift to a new, a slightly changed format. Like, I still want to keep the frying in there somehow because it's branding, but I need to shave like at least 10 seconds off that intro. And I think you're right on the teaser's not a bad idea, but you should keep it to 5-10 seconds at most. I think you're absolutely right, and I went for this experimental camera shot thing where like I'm dialing in the focus, and those turned out to be much longer than I thought they were in the moment. So it's like a 30 second teaser. Of course, I only did the teaser at the recommendation of a friend of mine, since we're having to turn it into 2 episodes. I almost feel like the video would have been better served now. I feel like it would have been better served as a full-length feature, as kind of is the country fried way. I know that, like, there's a certain amount of YouTube ball playing that you should do, but at the same time, to change and just do what YouTube wants, do what everybody's expecting, it's kind of off branding from what is Country Fried Minis. So I'm in a bit of a predicament regarding that. Definitely expect more experimentation, more trying to dial things in. I think I recommend something similar in the editing stream. But yeah, especially the lack of music makes you double take if the video is actually playing. Yeah, well, hell, I guess I could pull it up on YouTube. It seems like it got a little overly low. You know, I should probably do some of my editing, or play back the edited pieces through speakers. I think that's part of it. I take for granted that I do everything in my, I got this headset on, and it definitely picks up things much louder than even my laptop speakers. So yeah, definitely thanks for the hot tips, Wayne. This is solid and definitely some good food for thought going forward. I'm excited to try new things, but I also want to hit a place of branding with the video content as well. And that's of course a personal choice. Although, you know, I've always heard you got to kill your darlings in this, and to be successful, quite often the things you like the most are your least successful elements. So that's some more food for thought, I suppose. Oh, these are supposed to be 3-second clips. Oops. I did like the rest of the video though. I thought some of the color and brush parts were a tad too long, but overall it's really good. Just got to grab that attention at the start and you're golden, I think. Yeah, I definitely think dialing that in, dialing those attention grabs in is going to be really important. I highly agree. And the brushwork, yeah, I think you're right. It's another case of something I liked and went with, and it was long. Basically, that like montage sequence was, I found this track that I wanted to work with, the audio track. I liked the song a lot, and then just I fit the paint over to that, and it was probably 30 seconds too long over that whole deal. Especially with putting a mind to like glossing over that, because the whole intention was to just rapid fire through the painting part that is common to every video, and then talk about the freehanding details, the stuff that made this particular project its own thing. So there were some attempts to do something, and it was more successful than the average for the channel. So I think I'm moving in a good direction, but it definitely was not successful as far as the expected performance of a 28mm model. So I'm actually kind of starting to think that the performance on Urban Mech may have just been a fluke, or just built up by the viral nature of folks' love for the Urban Mech, rather than that it was a 28mm model. But we shall see. I will probably do a full lance eventually of 28mm scale mechs, and then judge the performance in between. I think the next one will touch more on a little bit more of the 3D modeling aspect, but that's another one of those like super dangerous routes, because I've got to, you got to sink the hooks into people before you bore them to tears with blender work, or at least like try to get the blender work pared down to maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds max, because I think people will definitely click off from that. But that said, it's something that's floating around in the old noggin. For now, it's just like, I've made my bed. I'm gonna lie in it. Gonna get this Colin McLaren bit done and out. Part 2. Ideally, I'd like to do it and have this done for Sunday, but like it's not gonna happen. I wasted yesterday entirely, and then this coming week is hectic. I've got a major video project I'm gonna do. Don't you have people you could show your vids to before release the last minute feedback? Yes. The problem I have is that I'm really flying by the seat of my pants here, and I haven't been getting these done beforehand, as I should. So there's been a lot of just like making decisions and running with it, and I think you're definitely onto something there. Honestly, once I get to the other side of the next piece of content, the Battle for Tukia video, which is scheduled for Tukia Day on May 20th. Once I get on the other side of these deadlines, I think I can stick to a production schedule that's like a little more relaxed, take a little more time, polish them up. I mean, if the idea is to build better content, to build quality stuff in the long run, like there's no need necessarily to chase the algorithm and stress myself to try and make a set schedule. In fact, I see that some of the older content kind of performs anyways. Like, people will watch it over time, and honestly, going at this with a mind to an attempt at fast growth has been a path to a lot of stress that I don't need, especially with the school projects, because I'm finishing my junior year at SFSU, and it's very involved at this point in the semester, and it's also like it's hitting at the same time as a lot of releases, a lot of scheduled releases for the channel, so that's like extra knocks on the mental health, which is unfortunate. But digressing, a wise man once told me there's no such thing as excuses, and I'm inclined to agree. Okay, so on the topic of video, I've now isolated the black and the skin tones for McLaren. I think I want to also do, so I'm imagining I'll pull this up. I'm imagining a 4-panel base coating setup here. Put this mask in. So as I've done with, I think it was the Edna video I last did this, instead of doing like a sped up montage of the painting of this guy, I want to do just like multiple angles, make a very rich and busy scene. Though I'd like to have a more relaxed and slow approach, I understand to some degree there's an attention span problem and need for stimulation in today's tastes, if you will, for videos. So I'm thinking a little bit of overstimulation in this boring part of the base coating, and then jumping into the details. What was that? Something popped up over here and it went away. Okay. Yeah. So this scene is going to show base coating Colin McLaren. We're going to be doing the black hair and the face in one panel. We're going to be doing the brown gloves, and then I guess the belt in another panel. and then the gray and camo. Ooh, I may not have enough. I don't think I have enough stuff here to do a quad panel. Let's see if I have a triple panel mask somewhere. I'm sure I do. Let's see, when was the last time I did a triple panel? I think it was an Edna. Did I make an alignment image? I'm looking. Not there. Which one? What was before Edna? Did Samus have a triple panel? Samus did not have a triple panel alignment. I know I have an image. I could probably just make one, honestly, but I know I have a panel alignment graphic that I made. Where are you at, Watson? Oh, this is gonna drive me insane. I'm just gonna have to make it, I think. Emery, Clan Stevie Nicks tried and failed to absorb Clan Lindsey Buckingham, but later succeeded in absorbing Clan Mick Fleetwood and Clan Christy McVie. Yes, that is canon. That is exactly the type of drama that exists in the space opera that is Battletech. Alright, so I think what we need to do here is try to make a clean division for 1920. I'm gonna just calculate it because I'm dumb. So if we get a clean division of 640, but then we need two divisions that is divisible by 3. So maybe a 15 pixel spacer between, which is going to leave us with this figure. Yeah, we'll do 630. 630 by 1080 panels. 630, 1080. Pow. We want to select all of that. We're going to new image and make this 1920 by 1080. We fill the background black. Pow. New image. And then we'll paste this guy. We'll do another blue divider. And get it a-going. Line that up. And like, I know there's ways to numerically do this cleanly when I start editing and start setting up the panels in Premiere, but it's just like, it's easier to do it this way for my mind. All right, there we go. 15 pixel space, copy paste. We'll do another one. And then this one I should just be able to align with the edge of the document or image. Okay. Deselect file, save as. We're gonna call this a 3-panel alignment mask. All right, now I have these fun little tools that I should probably make copies of and dump these into an assets folder. How much you bet it's in there already? Yep. Sure enough, I have alignment charts already. That's why I couldn't find them. 'Cause I am dumb. But that's fine. Stupid is as stupid does. Sometimes stupid makes stupidly good. All right, so pivoting, we're looking at a 3-panel alignment instead of the 2-panel. So we need to dump in this mask and pop this in. Okay. And let's see, I need this segment to function as a single clip, so I think I need to make a new sequence. And it is currently a little under 30 seconds long. to 56, yeah. So I'm gonna try to cram in 3 more seconds, make it a nice round, clean clean 30-second clip. I kind of like this angle. Let's do that right there. Pow. It's gonna put us at 10 minutes 41 seconds. How much empty space is that? It's a little too much. Right there, that's enough. Roll it back. There we go. Cool. And that's gonna go in front of one of those other clips. Go right in front of that clip. Okay, so from here, I'm going to right click in the project panel. I'm going to go to new item sequence, and we're going to call this McLaren base coating left panel. I'm going to go back into here, into the timeline, and we're going to Control X all those clips, pop it into the base coating left panel sequence. And now the beauty of this, which I actually discovered this whole sequence thing in Premiere while teaching, while running a demo for some of the students in the projects in the teaching of visual arts class that I'm in. I can take this sequence and plug it back in, and now all those disjointed clips can have a singular effect applied to them, which is lovely. So let's do let's put a color key on this alignment chart. Okay. And now I should be able to properly align this image. It looks like everything stays inside of one panel for the most part. It might need to get shifted a bit, but we'll make it work. Okay, so we'll do position. Ensure that I have the right thing selected. We're going to shift this guy over into the correct panel. Get it centered. Let's give it a watch and see if it all stays within that leftmost panel, or at least the details I'm trying to capture. It looks like it is. Paint comes out, paint gets mixed, paint gets applied. We'll be talking about base coating color choices, And then it'll be 30 seconds spent on that. I'll waffle on about some kind of detail, maybe pack in a little humor. Don't want to spend too long on it because there's a few other details that need to get covered in this video. There's, let's see. We're looking at we're painting up Colin McLaren, which is going to be base coating, details, ink washing, and then there's a segment about all of the doing all the chipping, which involves like applying this like rusty oxide kind of coloration, which gets followed up by just so much brush chipping. That'll definitely get cut down. I might do a high speed clip, like one of those 1000x, to really emphasize how much work went into this. I want to say there was about 6 hours of just this silver layer on this model, which ended up looking really good, I think. Maybe a little overdone, but it was cool to play with it at this scale. And it's so much. So we do McLaren, we paint up McLaren, we detail work, we go back into the finishing details on Marauder, which is going to be chipping, and then comes after chipping. Get right into basing. What's this? Yeah, mixing up some basing mix. We'll talk about that. Talk about bring out the guest palette. You know, the basing is a big part of it. And then what's left? Doing lens jeweling, and still lens jeweling. I don't know if I'll include this bit here, but these. Here, I'll pause it right here. The medium lasers on the arms got the detail got destroyed, so I actually put in new laser lenses with just a drop of super glue, and it worked really well. So I may or may not talk about that. Lens jeweling, still lens jeweling, I guess, because it's still on the glass apertures of the weapons. We'll talk about soaking the base in isopropyl alcohol. It should be pretty close to the end of the project at that point. Base rim, etc. And then I talk about how to make your own pigment powders with some pastels. And I think from there, the only thing left is a whole bunch of footage of that, hitting it with a flat coat, and then we could do a reveal. Oh, gluing it together, I guess, yeah. So pretty involved, unfortunately. Which is, again, why this whole thing got split into 2 episodes. It's too much. I don't think I could do it service and fit it in a 30-minute video, and I definitely think a 40-minute video is going to see a significant drop-off in viewer retention. So instead, I went for the whole cliffhanger thing, which I think was kind of funny, actually, in the end. At least one person commented about the disappointment of the cliffhanger and how they're excited for the next part. So I definitely feel a need to get this out quickly. Anyhow, back to the task at hand. I am going to add a crop to McLaren base coating. You can zoom in enough to see the mask, and we'll do cropping from the right, 30%, 32%, 40%. Too much. Is it too much? I just realized that the choice to make those alignment mask bits black was poor. Poor choice. Let's do the key color here. And then we'll do the opacity 30%. There we go. We want to do 39%. Okay, so somewhere between 39 and 40%. That's really close. 39.55. 39.6. Zoom way in. Still needs a couple pixels off. 39.7. That looked like it just clicked right to it. 39.65. Yeah, 39.7 it is. 39.7. It's doing like a weird rounding thing. 39.7. Perfect. Excellent. There we go. We've got the first panel complete. A lot of work for, not a lot of return, but whatever. It is what it is. I can now get rid of all this extra footage. Pow. Now let's build a 30-second sequence of putting on the brown tones. I like these shots of putting the paint out. I think I'll do that instead of the whole, instead of the mixing part. Cut from there. Dip it back 3 seconds. Yeah, cool. Looking good. Start it right. Kind of want this shot of dipping the brush. Oh, I don't actually start brushing on the model inside of a 3-second span. That's a little yucky. What am I doing hovering the brush like that? I must have been doing some focused breathing techniques to combat the coffee shakes. That's already 3 sequences. Let's do right here. We don't know that battle mech armor corrodes. It probably doesn't, honestly. I would think that anti-corrosion coatings are probably something that's well advanced at that point. definitely a touch of the 20th century, 21st century thinking to include that heavy corrosion. And I went big with it on McLaren's mech. I wanted it to look interesting and get some color pop despite it being a black mech. And it got really dulled down. It ended up getting really dulled down because I painted it too gray. And instead of redoing all the gray on it, I ended up going with this super heavy black coat to just dull everything down to really dark, closer to black color with the oil wash, which is why I actually went with the second layer of it. And then of course the brown red oxide kind of provides nice contrast for that silver paint. So definitely a choice based on paint, more so than anything in universe. Also, I got a little impatient, and that's why I'm showing this scene right here. Actually, when I was doing the scene work, and I used thick super glue instead of the thin during a certain point, so I ended up with some of these patches that were really thick and crusty, and I tried to include those as corrosion. I'm kind of imagining McLaren, his mech at the point of the ambush, maybe when the bounty hunter ambushed him. Although there seems to be some conflicting lore stuff about that. Like the bounty hunter ended up in a Marauder eventually, but Kerensky was piloting a Warhammer at the time. It's the whole ambush to Black Widow. I guess it'd be under Bounty Hunter, wouldn't it? Bounty Hunter Sarna. Let's see right here. Yeah, okay, so right here under this, Natasha Kerensky was piloting a Marauder, but Colin McLaren was also piloting a Marauder. And according to the Black Widows, oh, I see. Okay, yeah. There's a little bit of crosstalk here. I'd probably be better served reading lore books than trying to pull it all off of Sarna. But you know, some of those books are difficult to find. I have some on PDF, but a lot of them are just really pricey. And I've always been more about grabbing the technical readouts over the books. Though I guess I could mention a buddy of mine has made some Draconis mechs, so looking at maybe doing some War of 3039 stuff, and picked up this classic battletech historical, so might touch on some more obscure lore there. Though I wonder how much of the community that's going to watch my battletech content is into the lore, and then how much of that subsection or that cross section of viewers am I trying to get? Like, would I rather just avoid that and have those viewers experience channels that are better at it better at the lore than what I'm doing, like sending people. Would I rather have that part of the crowd watching Mech Frog stuff and Big Red 40K stuff than try to poach those folks? I mean, in the end, Country Fried Minis was never intended as a battletech channel. It just so happened that building a battletech lance part 1 was the video that kind of catapulted my small channel into any semblance of viewership. Okay, digressing. We now have 18 seconds worth of 3-second clips involving painting brown. And I should have another segment where I do the lighter color. Yeah, right here. We'll grab 4 shots from that. Oh, do I actually put this stuff on the palette? Natasha was 1, not keen to be dispossessed, and 2, happy at the revenge point she gained by killing the bounty hunter with his old mech and taking her Marauder back, and scrubbing his mulch out of the cockpit. Yeah, definitely seems spot on for the character. I might try to find a model to serve as Natasha Kerensky. I wonder if that's been done. Is there an Iron Wind Metals model for that? I don't think so. That'd been a neat one to have. No. Could always do the Widowmaker, but like, yuck. Okay. But over time, she just ended up being known for a Warhammer with the hourglass on it. Yeah, exactly. It makes sense. Iron Wind Mech Warrior models are 25mm pre. Yeah, that's. I'm not going to get up and walk across the room to show it on my posterized camera, but I have the. Let's see if I pull this model picture up at least. I picked up the Kerensky model from Iron Wind Metals, and at some point I think it will be a fun inclusion to talk about the Orion, and you know, can paint that one up and then include an ON1-M, and then I also picked up the, what's it called? The Perseus, the later Omni-Mech inspired by the Orion. So I've got so many ideas for content, and in the end it takes, you know, I'm dumping 40 to 60 hours into a piece of content. That includes, you know, painting, planning, painting, editing, etc. So it's a lot of thinking about it, a lot of effort. Got an ever-increasing backlog of models to paint up. Like, I want to do my Battle Masters set. I think it could be really fun. Paint up. They're all based. They're ready to be primed. Ready to get some simple paint jobs. Might even do a slap chop. Just to Not that I approve of that term, which I think is really silly, but it could be a really good opportunity to get that, you know, include a little bit of that good old clickbait into having the slap chop in that title. It's, you know, people want to see the slap chop. Any belly shirt plus jacket plus neck length hair plus SMG should work for Natasha. Infinity should have several at work. That's... I'm trying to think offhand if any would kind of fit the bill. Would Octavia Grimm's daughter work? I have the... Here, I'll open this in a new tab. I have this model. But she's got another sculpt that could potentially work. She's got the goggles. Although a big thick coat is kind of the opposite direction of battletech, right? Because the whole, you know, the actual lore-worthy outfit of a mech pilot is neuro helmet, gloves, boots, cooling jacket, and briefs, because it's hot in them cockpits. Which is definitely, like, I understand why modern battletech is kind of moving away from that, but, like, at the same time, give me my ridiculous, I like my 30-25 neuro helmets and my no pants pilots. It's good stuff. I keep thinking of that image from it's like a ghost bear stone rhino that's been wrecked, and the mech pilot is like standing on this ice world and she's freezing. What the hell is this doing? Okay. Because, you know, they're not equipped. They're equipped to deal with the heat of the cockpit, not have comfortable time on the ground. Is it in MechWarrior 4 when you're in the Solaris arenas dunking fishers? Like, I've seen guys come out of those cockpits smoking because it's hot, not because they're getting high. So, I think we've just about got 30 seconds of painting brown clipped up. I believe that's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. Let's stack all these up down here. This should turn into a 30-second segment. This way, with the triple panel, I can put a lot of information on the screen really quick, and while also giving more less focused viewers a chance to like ingest multiple things, to drink in details with their eyes. Okay, let's let's check this. Checking it out. We are sitting at 4 minutes 33 seconds to 5 minutes 3 seconds. Perfect. We're going to go back into the project panel and we're going to create a new item sequence, and it's going to be McLaren. Base coating. Middle panel. Actually, I think we should put that on the right panel. Put the camo work right in the center. Okay, we can close this one. I'm gonna grab all those, Control X, pop them into the panel, to the sequence I mean, and I now should be able to just drop in, drop this guy right on top of that. I don't know why that didn't line up right. There we go. It is 1 frame longer than the other video for some reason. Let's get rid of that. Pow. Okay, now I gotta just do the same deal. I'm gonna take our right panel and first give it a watch to see just how. Of course, it's not happy with that. I'm gonna have to move it off for a moment. Let's see how well it stays in that center panel. Looks like the shots so far are nice and aligned. That one's a little off, but it's good enough. It's a little to the right. A little to the right there. I think that means, where did that start? It was after one of these shots, it all shifted to the left some. Is that shot right there. Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to have to do here is shift these in here on the sequence. And the reason that is because I'm setting up the sequence to I'm setting up this sequence so that I can just edit all of these clips with a single effect and save myself a little bit of layering, effect layering. So for that, we'll just go ahead and do some alignment in here and get these all lined up nice. And what should happen in doing this alignment here is that the sequence itself will just be pre-formatted, and I should be well able to do my shots the way I intend, with just the single bit of an effect. Barely got that one in the frame. I tell you, it's tough sometimes trying to work in a way that you manage to capture everything in the shot. Again, I don't really think about my camera shots as much as I work. I do my thing. I'm painting, and I try to record as much of it as possible. Okay. Now that we've got the sequence done, this should all stay within that center panel nicely. Yep, looks like it. Perfect. Okay. So now we put this, line this back up. We're gonna take this guy right here, and we're gonna make sure I've got the right thing selected. Effect controls, position, and we're gonna shift this over into that right thing. The old female line Kazakh from the old Ariadna starter would be good for Natasha Kerensky. Are you talking like N1, N2 era? I think I know the one you're talking about. She's got like an open jacket and the gun up to the side and the belly hanging out. Ariadne is that N1 starter? I think. Yes, that actually, you're dead on. That would be a fantastic model. Let's see if I can't pull it up. Ariadna line Kazakh. I wonder if I can find one of those somewhere. Image. I'm looking for the old one, not the new one. Yeah, this gal right here. Open image in new tab. I'm assuming that's who you're talking about right there. This gal. Yeah, I think you're, man, that would make a really good Kerensky. I'm actually gonna take just a moment here. I'm gonna screen grab this and I'm gonna dump this in my local Infinity group and see if anyone has one, because I really like this idea. You can paint up the old style Warhammer. I'm looking for models to look for. Here we go. Howdy, y'all. Any chance one of yous has this old Kazakh in hand and also be willing to part with it? Cool. Excellent tip, Emery. Thank you much. That could be really fun. I love the idea of the... I had a lot of fun with the whole putting Colin on the base of his big scale mech, but I also could see doing a couple videos of pilot plus mech in the proper 6mm scale, like the Kerensky Orion model from Iron Wind Metals, which I just, oh man, I love the derp. I love this derp, so good. And I think it'd be a lot of fun, and perhaps something that like even the old timers would want to click on. Because in the end, like, I'm not doing this for clicks, right? I'm not making content for clicks exclusively. But let's not have any illusion either that it is indeed part of the intent here is to, to get clicks. I'm trying to grow a community and perhaps develop a future in which I could hobby full time. It's still a pipe dream at this point, but it's still like definitely part of the goal is building that community. From what I understand, the real way to develop any kind of independence and full-time creation is to build up your community so as to reach a point where a Patreon or something similar could actually generate a little bit of income, enough to stay doing it. And it feels icky, but you know, that's what they say the American dream is, right? Chasing your own self-built future, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, if you will. So I am intent to grow, and to achieve that involves pandering for views so more people see my stuff, which of course involves not only regularity but also hard work, branding, and consistency. Okay, digressing on that, we're going to make the final panel of this here gray camouflaged outfit. I'll pull out the ivory, get the first frame where it comes on, slice it out, pow, 3 seconds. Need 10 clips of this 3-second trend. Here's number 1. Ivory. Painting on the fur lining of his coat, which I'm realizing now I did McLaren's model in winter outfit, which makes no sense for mech piloting as well. To touch back on that previous convo. Alright, so from here I'm mixing gray. I need to show that right here. Three seconds of that. Mixing gray. Might do a zoom in on that. And then we're painting on patches. I like that one on the butt cheek there. That's good. Painting gray patches. And then we're painting dark gray patches. Where's going to be the best spot for that? It's kind of hard to sell that I'm painting multiple patches in a 3-second clip. I think maybe that one would do. Show the patch going down, but also illustrate that there are already patches painted. Pow. Get that one. What are we up to there? That is 5. I think I gotta do 5 more patches. Now we're doing the black spots. Let's see. Looks like all the good shots of it are on the back of the pants. Which I guess kind of makes sense, because it's like the most exposed area of the camouflage. Do 5, 3 seconds of that. 4 more clips to put this together. And then I'm doing white spots. Where's the best point? Is it also just back of the pants? It might just be. I think so. Where does 3 seconds? Put that one. Okay. what is here? That's metallics. I think I can just gloss over that there's metallics there. That's fine. It's metallics and cleanup. How many is that? That is 7 shots. Okay, that means I can put in the mixing of this color. Go right here. Mixing of that color, 3 seconds of that. Boop. And then we got room for 2 more shots, which means I think that's going to be a chance to put in another patch right there on this color and help sell that it's like a whole bunch of patches instead of just a singular spot. And we'll do the same for this light gray. Butt cheek, and then we do one right there. That's a good one. Pow. Right in the kisser. 52. Here we go. There's 10 clips, so we have a 30-second segment illustrating the use of those campaign. Emery, keep in mind pilots tend to be in shorts, tank boots, a cooling vest, and maybe a courtesy wife beater than just out of the cockpit. If photographed with their mech, they wear company jacket and duty fatigues. That makes a lot of sense. I think that I'd have to insist that the Colin McLaren stand-in here is definitely not fresh out of the cockpit. More like some kind of how you say, like a promotional shot, a fluff piece. I definitely would love to get my hands on some mech warriors in their proper colors, in their proper outfit. I mean, you know, skivvies, cooling jacket, all that stuff. It'd be super fun. Let's see. Mech warrior cooling jacket, battletech. Where's that image? I know the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. I want this guy as a model. I want this gal as Kerensky. It'd be so good. Look how badass that is. It's ridiculous. How irreverent. He ain't got no pants on. It's because it's too hot for pants. Instead, we've kind of evolved into this like modern take on it, and they're like, we've strayed away from what it actually is because it's goofy and people are too serious these days. Anyhow, yeah, I think it'd be really fun. Honestly, if I had the funding, I would probably team up with someone to try and develop some sculpts, paint them up. But you know, that takes funding, and I'm a student. I can't afford funding. Not only am I a student, but I live in San Francisco. This place is fancy. Anyway, digressing. We now have a 30-second clip of putting together these here camo bits. Let's give it a playthrough. Start with the white. We do the collar. We mix in some gray. We do some patches. We mix in some dark. We do some darker patches. We We're gonna go back and put black on, and then we're gonna white spots. Cool. I might do a shot of just a few seconds showing the base coated model before going to the next scene. I think that would serve well. Okay, so now we need right clicking the project panel. We're going to go new item sequence. We're going to call it McLaren base coating middle panel. And we'll dump this in here. Oops, dump this in here. Shift those down to track 1. Pop on over here, grab our 3-panel alignment chart. Stick that right on top. And now it should be good and lined up. Looks like once again we've lost. There's an extra frame on the end. My original clip must be 1 frame short of 30 seconds. But digressing, that means I can now align all these shots with the center panel, and immediately I can see this one needs to be shifted. Put that one in there. See how the next one lines up. This one should probably be not only brought over but like zoomed in. Zoom in with scaling. We'll do 75. Even bigger. 85. I want to show that my hand is there, that the paintbrush is mixing it. Not being too jarring. This one shifts a little bit to the right. This one is likewise going to get the same 85% zoom treatment. There we go. Rolling on up to the next one. That's a little off as well. Just a bit. We can shift it. Next clip. Nah, that one's good. That one's good. Final one's a little off. Shift it over. Alright, we can delete the alignment chart, and now this sequence, just like the others, is going to function as a single clip. Stack that in here. Emery. Hassle-free minis has some modern minis based on Left 4 Dead, Stargate, SG-1, Archer, Scooby-Doo Gang, a Tron guy, and a dude in a banana costume with an axe. Hassel, I'm pretty sure you showed me these guys, and I really like their work. They've got some really good, really fun sculpts. Let's see what we're looking for. Maybe sci-fi humans. See what they have on offer. Yeah, I love the feel of these. That good old hand sculpted fun. Don't get me wrong, I dig beautiful computer generated models almost as much as the next guy, but come on now, there's something awesome about a nice hand sculpted offering of ridiculousness. Look at that, that's incredible. A platypus with a rail cannon or something. Yeah, fun stuff. Super fun stuff. Yeah, really fun. Oh, I might have to pick that up for an HVT. Need some civilian models anyways. Yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. I need to make a mental note to check out Hassle Free. Oh, these are alien inspired. Very cool. Very, very cool. Super skilled sculptors. They have Snake Plissken and a Big Trouble in Little China version of Kurt Russell. What am I looking for? Modern. Is it just called Snake Plissken? Probably not, right? Can I just do all of these? Hey, civilians. Cool. Cool stuff. Yeah, I could definitely I could see painting this kind of stuff up for the channel. Of course, I know already that these they're not going to perform, which is really unfortunate because it would be nice to be able to. Hey, I know that model. It'd be nice to be able to paint some of this stuff for the channel, but I think it is on the other side of developing a bit of a following. You gotta have enough size so that you can start painting the fun stuff and actually getting a little bit of performance on the channel. Which it's so yucky to think of things from that performance mentality. I would much rather just be able to do whatever at this point without thinking about it, right? Just paint what you want. It's just not in the cards yet. I'd love to do some of those old models, and I will eventually, for sure. I think they'd be really fun and make for good content that people aren't going to click on it. And right now, at least until that, at least the first 1,000, it wouldn't work. Okay, here we go. One of my friends just posted this in one of the Discord groups I'm in, and that's wild that I now know this model. Very cool stuff. I'll definitely be watching for fun content, fun models to paint. Anyhow, back to the item at hand. We need to trim up this clip with a crop. Zoom on in. Let's call it 200% so I can see that edge. Effect controls. Let's take off 20% off the left. 20. Not enough. 30. Not enough. 31. Not enough. 33. Getting there. 33.5. 33.6. Pow. Done. Now we go right side. Now let's try another. We'll do 33%. 33.1. 33.6. Of course it was. All right, so all that waffling and effort aside done, we can now hide this and let's try a. I might need to do an in out and render this section. Render into out. 800 frames. Is this really going to take that long? Really? That's insane. Let's see if it'll just play without me having to do that. No, are you okay? No, it's not. I don't like it. Don't like it at all. I might have to render each of these individual clips to preview that. Let's try that. Render into out. Now that's going much faster. Much faster. And actually, now that I'm thinking about this, this problem with rendering the sequences, when I exported the episode 1 of this, the Marauder episode 1, it took like 2.5 hours to actually render. And I bet it's because I didn't go into these sequences and individually like render them in first. But we'll see. This is kind of experimenting I'm doing right here. I'm hoping that this pre-rendering will help some. We shall see. I need to open up left panel. Where's left panel? Left panel. We're going to do another in, out, and render that one as well. Just another reminder to both folks in the stream as well as anyone who finds this through the algorithm. This here is the workflow live stream where we do work in Premiere. This is not the normal content for Country Fried Minis. We're not painting up pretty models. We're doing the nitty-gritty work of working in this program that is Adobe Premiere Pro 2023. This is also a great place to voice concerns, thoughts, comments. This is a live platform for folks to put their 2 cents into the editing process, as well as anything reflecting on past work. Furthermore, if you find this stream through the algorithm and find yourself watching it, feel free to drop a comment down below. If you do so, I will read the comments and consider your thoughts on the matter. Furthermore, just a reminder that the content work of this Marauder project has been sponsored by Aries Games and Minis. Currently leading up to the Battle of Tukid, those who check out at Aries Games and Minis can get an additional 5% off the total contents of their basket by using checkout code CountryFried at checkout. Now that 5% stacks with any existing discounts, so I highly recommend checking it out because they do have some really fabulous things on offer. Special thanks to Aries Games and Minis. Anyhow, we've now done these renders, and let's see if it plays any better. It looks like it is a bit. And we have this this triple panel thing going on. And it's kind of doing what it's intended to be. It should be almost too much overstimulation. We're talking about, oh, what happened there? There was something got off. One of the transitions got off. Where was that at? It was right there. It was the transition into the sunny skin tone. That explains why everything was off by a frame. So I think what I need to do then, go into left panel, find the switch to sunny skin tone. I'm going to grab all of this. We're going to jump it forward. I got to zoom even further in. Jump it forward 1 frame, and then we'll extend this by 1, and we clip off the last frame. That, I think, explains the issue I had earlier, where they weren't really working right. Okay, it's re-rendered. The new frame is corrected. I'm hoping that did it. All right. Yeah, we got this 3-panel thing. We're talking about the base coating. We're talking about what goes into base coating, what colors are used, how it's just like blocking in the colors, while also overstimulating. Okay, yeah. It's off again. What? I'm not understanding. Like, they were all made with 3-second clips. It's just like multiple of these clips have gotten off. Okay, sunny skin tone worked, and then immediately the rest don't work. What is going on? Don't make no damn sense. Oh shit, let's find out. 12 seconds to 15 seconds. 15 seconds to 17:29. That's 3 seconds. And then this one is 2 frames shy. Like, I'm not sure how that happened at all. Makes no sense. Let's extend this by 2 frames. Let's stick this back together. 329. 2629. 2928. And now I've lost another frame at the back end. What's going on here? I'm so very confused as to how this has happened. Just like losing frames out of these. Is this one nice clean 3-second intervals? Sure. No. That one is missing 4 frames off the end. This one is missing no frames off the end. Oh, that's the middle panel. This one's missing 2 frames off the end. This one needs to be extended by 2 frames. Now. Insanity. Utter insanity. Sequence render. I don't need it to play. This is left panel. Sequence render. Pause. That one's rendered. Okay. What is going on now? Let's see. Should be a transition that's the same in every one. Should click at the same time. Clicks. Clicks. All right. Sunny skin tone. It's still off. It's why? Good thing I deleted all that other footage too. Okay, so where was the problem? Problem was right after sunny skin tone. We have a frame off right there. So sunny skin tone needs to be increased by another frame. Good Lord, I don't understand how that happened, but we're gonna fix it. And that's what this ridiculous effort is about. Click this back into place. Ensure it's all rendered again. Sequence render into out. Go back into don't need to play that. Thank you. This should now be like all updated. Go frame by frame. Click, everything changed. Okay, it's lined up now. Click, everything changed. Excellent. Click, everything changed. Yes. Okay. All right. It's working now. My computer's also like unhappy about something. Everything looking all right on the stream. Audio check. Yeah, audio check working all right. Okay. All right, so all that work, all that effort. We now have 30 seconds of content added to this video. So, as a catch up to where we're at, the editing has us with where we're at is we're wiping the mineral, we're wiping the oil wash off of the Marauder with mineral spirits. And then we go into talking about Colin McLaren and how since this is his ride, we need to have the model. I do a quick little, I think it's a 20-second segment. Yeah, 20 seconds of prepping the model. Another moment to talk about the preparation of 3D prints for painting. Really is just a self-indulgent thing because I want to show my disgusting dunk tank container. So show the alcohol. There should be a segment of showing the ridiculous knife I use to pop things off, pop them off, throw them in the dunk, pop supports, etc. We'll be talking about what goes into 3D prints at this time, curing them up, getting the panda back on the screen. We'll go into a quick, 25 seconds on priming, 20 seconds. Priming the model, and then we jump into this triplicate panel, this triptych, if you will. And that means from here, I can now close these panels, these sequences, I should say. Let's clear in and out, save the project. With all that, we're currently at 3 minutes into the final video without considering a teaser, an introduction, and a talking head. So what is next on the agenda, I think, is going to be, I need to take like another 3 to 5 seconds to show the completed, oopsies, clicked the wrong thing. We need 3 to 5 seconds to show the completed base coat on the model, which I do show it to the camera. At least brief, do I? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I think 3 seconds should be sufficient, hopefully. Jump this to 41. Where does 5 seconds put it? What does that look like? What does this look like? 5 seconds is a good long time for people to gaze over and kind of get the details. Yeah, we'll do the 5 seconds. Okay, so Colin McLaren is base coded. There. From here, we're going to go back into the project panel and see what the last clip we imported, which actually the last one is this here. We're doing things a little out of order. No, this is the most recent in the file list. So from here, we're looking for, what's the name on that file? 170230. I see it. Now I have so many clips of doing the detail work. 9 clips. It's just insane amount. Now what's gonna be the important details to pick and choose? Because we want to keep the video as short as possible, while also making it watchable and providing as much detail as possible. Let's just pop this in. Let's give this a look-see and see what this first clip is. This is did I just skip over the ink wash entirely? I may have just skipped over the ink wash entirely at this point. I need to figure out where that is. Where's that gonna be? Where is that gonna be? Is it right here? It sure is. It sure is right there. Is that all that went into it? No. Okay. That is just completely out of focus there too. Unfortunate. Alright, found the clips. I jumped the gun. I'm not doing detail paint yet. I'm doing contrast paint first. Let's shift this up here, and I'm gonna plug this in and do another what am I thinking here? I'm kind of thinking 6-second clips, and that's it. Just 6 seconds of showing each one color portion going on. Like here we go. Let's just do get Mr. Man out here. What am I doing? Why am I pointing at it? I do these little things like pointing at the model and outlining certain details while painting, and like I'm sure I had some intention of what the voice lines were going to be, but I have no idea now. It's been so long since this was completed. Hell, what's the name of it? 0409-2023. Yeah, exactly. This model's been done for 20 days. Okay. Alright, what we're doing is I think I was gonna talk about like how important it is to shake your contrast paint. And then I even do a piss poor job of showing what color it is. Am I understanding that correctly? Where's it at? Okay, there we go. I'll do the first frame where things are coming on camera. We're going to grab a 3-second clip of showing this color. And then we're going to do 7 seconds uncut of applying contrast paint to the boots. I think what's going to be the best shot for that? Kind of like that shot that shows the stuff going on and change between, shows the difference between the non-washed and the washed section. 7 seconds. Pow. I'm gonna do a second 10-second triptych type image and show just 3 of these colors, I think. I'm gonna pull out the speed paint. Surely I show which one. Yep, there we go. Gray floor gray. Find the first frame where fingers come into it. There we go. I'm gonna grab 3 seconds of that. Yep. Okay. Get this boy, and then we want to find a nice 7-second spread that's in focus, showing what happens to the gray camo when it gets that onto it. Which actually kind of turned out to be a mistake. I should have done this with Nuln Oil instead of the contrast paint. I might talk about that actually in the voiceover if I can recall to do so, because I end up having to like go in and re-highlight everything and build up the camo again, at least to some degree, and more or less I doubled my workload by, I could have just made it gray and ink wash and then applied the camo over top. Okay, so we got gray, and then we're gonna do the red. The red was a good one because it actually changed that desaturated red into a nice color, nice red. All right, we're gonna grab 3 seconds of that. That should at least show, it's just important to get the blood red on the camera. There we go. And then again, a nice 7-second segment of jabbing this color carefully over all the red. What's 7 seconds look like? Cool, looking good. Excellent. Pow. We can get rid of the rest of this clip. And same deal. I'll do the 3-stack triptych deal. Stack them up. Pow. And since these are only 2 clips, it's easy enough to like copy the effects and the positioning without having to do sequences for them. So let's apply the 3-panel alignment mask, which needs to get some opacity reduction. And then we'll line up what color should go in the middle. think red on the right. Red on the right sounds good. Let's get red on the right. Red on the right. There we go. Play. Oh, it is very unhappy at that. Let's turn off the visibility of these layers. Red over there on the right. Blood red, shake it up. Cool. We're applying the red now, and this needs to be positioned to the right as well. Looking good. I think that all stays in one, just stays in the shot. I need to do that. Stays in the shot. Okay, stays in the shot well. They are also in different positions, so they're gonna have to get individual crop settings since they're in different spots, which is fine. If it was 3 or more clips, I'd end up just doing another sequence to make that happen. Let's take 10% off. Let's take 12% off. Let's take 20% off. Too much. We'll do 15%. Still a little not enough. Let's zoom it in. And I actually can see that the position is off. So let's get this and we'll shift it to where it actually fits. There we go. And continue adjusting that crop. 16%. 16% was perfect. That's good. Go to the next one. Effects. We're going to drop a crop onto this clip right here. Effects controls. Let's try 15%. 15% is too much. 14%. 14 is not enough. 14 and a half. 14 and a half. Perfect. There we go. Excellent. We now have the right panel of the triptych complete. Excuse me, my nose is itching like mad. I don't mean to just pick my nose all the time in the stream, but hey, that's, you know, I'm a person. We occasionally pick our nose as people. I think the star of this paint job is the gray. So gray is going to keep its spot in the center of the frame. Gray look gray. Excellent. Let's crop it. Crop. And this one needs 2 directions on the crop. So left 10, left 25, too much. Left 20, not enough. 22, 23, 24. Oh, that lined up. Looks like perfect. Yeah, pixel perfect. Do right side, so we should probably do like, I don't know, 40%. 41. 44. 43.5. 43.6. That's the wrong way. I'm stupid. 444. 434. 433. That looks right. It's off by 1 pixel. 432. 4325. There we go. Excellent. Go to the next one. Looks like its position is a little off. So let's get it in the center of the shot. There we go. Ensure it doesn't move around too much. Yep, looks like it's pretty static. And same deal. Effects panel. I've searched for crop. I'm going to grab the crop. I'm going to put it onto the clip. And we're going to 20% off the left, 22% off the left. Zoom in. 24%, too much, 23.5. 23.6. That did it. Let's do the right side. Gonna take off, 40. 42. 43.4. 43.5. That looks like it might be doing the 1 pixel off thing again. It's 1 pixel too big. 43.55. Is that right now? Is that a pixel off still? No, it's good enough. Good enough is good enough. Not gonna be noticeable if it is off. Okay, now we can lock this track, or turn off the visibility, then lock the track, and finally we can align the snakebite leather. So snakebite leather needs to be in the leftmost frame. Let's get the paint color in the center. A whole bunch of rinse and repeat. Drop the crop in. Effect controls off the right. We're going to take the 40%. Way too much. 20%. 25. 27. Did that just line up? It sure did. Easy. Perfect. That's lined. Now let's get this paint up in that bit of the triptych. Let me go to the right a little with it. Yeah, that looks good. Still rinsing and repeating. Dropping the crop. Effect control, 30% off, 40% off, 41%, and that looks like it lined up. It is a little overcrop. 40.5. 40.75. 40.9. Alright, nice and lined up. Fit the frame again. Unlock these. Visibility back on. Turn that off. Let's observe. We're showing the base coat. It's all clicking at the same time. Talking about the importance of getting solid coats, etc. Probably some kind of music choice that started with either this segment or the one before it. Then we're going to show the base coat. We're going to cut into ink wash. Oh my goodness, it is very unhappy. I need to render that. Sequence, render into out. Yeah, computer is very unhappy with this. It's really looking at 3 minutes to render 300 frames? That's wild. I bet this transparency has something to do with that actually. Let's get rid of that. Let's render into out. Let's see if this is still. I wonder if I'm eating resources. Well, actually, since this is going to take a moment, it appears, I'm going to take 2 minutes and refill my coffee and hit the restroom, wash my hands. Be right back. Alright, I am back. A reminder to friends of the channel and fans of Country Fried Minis that here in Country Fried Minis, we drink Cafe Bustelo, the finest coffee there is. Super rich flavor. Super dark roast. Works fine in your drip maker or your espresso maker. Highly recommended. That said, here we are. We've just finished the rendering. And let's see how it looks. We'll pull out contrast and speed. Ooh, I see a problem immediately with that contrast color. I might have to do an animated. Wait a second. The problem is because of an animation. What? Where's this animation? What is going on there? Okay, anyhow, the looks like the second half of it is going to be fine. The application of the ink wash going to be fine. I don't know what this keyframe is. I plugged in. Which one is this? It's the middle. I have a keyframe on it for some reason. But in that regard, it looks like this here snakebite leather gets flashed on and then is way off. So we're gonna have to correct that. Let's adjust this here. Positioning, which is gonna mean another adjustment of the crop layer. See what that's going to look like now. It's just like my computer just cannot handle this adjustment. And I don't, this is wild to me right here, how long it's taken to do these renderings. Like, it shouldn't be taking 2 full minutes to render 5 seconds of the video. What's happening in the task manager? OBS eating CPU as expected. Premiere eating CPU. It's not offloading enough to the GPU. That's something I've been trying to suss out why it's doing that, but to no avail. Yeah, it's just it's doing everything with CPU when it should be offloading it to the 1050 Ti. That said, my moment of complaining about it has allowed it just to run. So I guess my bitching is worth something sometimes. Just, it's wild. And I'm probably going to end up with, yeah, okay. Probably going to end up with long render times again when this project is done. So, digressing. We're going to have to adjust the crop and add some more to it. Let's call it 33%. Let's call it 35%. Let's call it 37%. Let's call it 42%. That's too much. All right. Need to go back into project panel. Let's add the 3-panel alignment mask and adjust the transparency 50%. Pow. I did that's the wrong, just clicked on the wrong thing. 50%. Give this a little zoomaroo and find where we're at. All right, got to get rid of that. So we'll call it 40%. We'll call it 39%. That's really close. It's 1 pixel too big. What's 39.1 look like? Good enough. Good enough. All right, so this is now properly complete. Unlock those. We'll go back to fit. Get rid of the alignment mask. Pound. Okay, so Colin McLaren has another 10 seconds of content. We have now applied ink wash, which I only discovered I needed to do because of all these clips, which are now what was the name of this clip? That panel. What is the name of this clip? Oh, I can see that. 164456. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. 194041. And I put that before the base cutting. Okay, so that means we got to make some hard decisions here about what to include. With all of these clips. There's 9 of them. Yay. Alright, so there's a lot that's going into this. It's kind of become like a traditional workout. I did manage to get painting an eye in this clip, though. That's cool. Alright, so we need to effect controls 50% first. I can see what I'm doing on all of these, all the way down. Pow. Pow. Ka-chow. Buzz-ow. Flat out. Kerchop. Kersplunk. Tizette. Okay. Those are now properly sized, and I can give them a scrub and see what's up. Alright, first clip is adding light gray back to the camouflage. Second clip is adding gray back to the camouflage. Third clip is painting leather. Fourth clip, painting leather. Okay. Jacket. probably skip over that entirely. It's not super important to the final product. I mean, it's important, right? It does the metal section some good, but it's not super important to the tale I'm trying to tell. There is the model that's being painted, and there's the truth of the model as it is being painted, but then there's also the tale that I'm trying to spin and share with the audience. That's it. Does this actually have like the full paint reveal at the end? I might just have to include that anyways. Trying to pick out what to include to accurately represent how the model got to the finish point versus like how much to cut out so as to not overly bloat the video is definitely tough. I think going forward at the other end of like the summertime videos that are coming out, or with the summertime videos, might have to think about these shots as I'm painting the model, and like instead of sitting here and just recording the entire, yeah, okay, there is a reveal there. Instead of recording the entire paint job of working on it, maybe like I want to get a shot of like applying this color and then record that shot in good focus of putting a couple seconds of that coat on, and then turn off the camera and like work, because like usually when I'm painting, so I'm really like nearsighted, and if I take off my glasses to like here, I can see really well, so I'm often painting my models like this close, looking over my glasses, which I realize I can't really do with these. So I'm painting like this, and you can't record that. I'm sure there's some kind of weird angles. I love the idea of like some kind of glasses mounted camera, like a Google Glass setup would be really good, but most of the time I'm working with my phone on a boom arm coming down from my desk, so it's like coming down and wrapping around, and then I'm up under my phone painting and looking around the thing. So it'll probably do some good to think about the shots and like build up that composition before jumping into or record the individual shots instead of trying to do the whole thing. Anyhow, I'm a little scattered. It's been a draining morning so far, but we're only 3 hours into this, and there is a ton of work left to go. Heck, we're not even done painting Mr. McLaren himself, and it's only effectively a base decoration. But rest assured, I will continue to do editing off of stream as well, and get this out as soon as possible. At this point right now, I'm just looking for, I need to find footage that is in focus and illustrating the point I'm trying to get across, which is that the contrast paint kind of killed the camo. Alright, we'll do, I'm thinking 15 seconds on each color would be good, would serve us well. So let's take 5 seconds of this one. Pow. Ooh, I might need to scrub forward a bit. Okay, I'll just take those 5 seconds. I'll take those 5 seconds, it's good. Slice. We're going to grab that one. I'm going to shift it up. We're going to get another angle. I like this shot of the prominent folds coming off his crotch and onto his leg. They're really, really smooth work there. We're going to grab that one. Right where that brush stroke starts. Okay, razor blade that off. Increase the playhead by 5 seconds. Razor blade the back end. Shift it up. Now, I want to scrub on down a bit. And, oh, okay. I switch colors. I like, thinking maybe something on the arm would be a good spot for the next little bit. Yeah, that looks good. I especially like any of the shots that show how I get the extra paint off. It's little things. It's kind of hard to explain why that's so important. Branding, I guess, much like certain phrases that I use, such as be happy while you're painting, take it easy, fellers, all that fun stuff. That's like, with the repetition of that, it becomes part of the content. Okay, so from here we add in some more ivory. I want that in there. And really, this is a section of the paint up that is going to be focused on, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's gonna take some time to talk about this and explain the colors and the process, just like, traditional paint ups that this channel is featured. Alright, so we do the ivory. Ivory goes off frame. We cut into the next shot, which is going to be applying dots. And I might actually just do a sped up. Start it right there, and then just put all the white dots compressed into a 5 second dealio. It's kind of hard to express the extent of it properly without just showing everyone go on. That's the last one. Turn around right there. Actually, might just cut it there and then include the 5 seconds right here. Yeah, I like that idea. Pretty sure if I do this slowed down bit, if I have this run, the white dot section run really fast, and then we cut into this, which is, nope, I'm wrong. As I'm saying the thing, I'm totally wrong. I wanted to kind of set the model down. And get that in it. Not going to be able to do. What ifs? Let's go back to here. How much empty air is that? Only about 1.5 seconds. I think it's good. Pop that up. We're going to go back to this clip here. We're going to go select the clip. We're going to go up to the clip menu. We're going to speed duration it. It is 1 minute 51 seconds, so let's increase it to 1,000's not fast enough. 2,000's getting there. 2,100's getting closer. 2,200's even closer. What about 2,250? That's too fast. 2,240, 2,230. 2,230 compresses that to a 5-second clip. So now this thing's going to look like this. It's not going to, yeah, there we go. Putting all the dots on. Putting all them dots on. It don't look great. It don't look great because I need the slowdown. I need the slowdown that shows the model. Pop, 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 all the dots. All the dots, all the dots. And then just slow it down. Set the model down. Or like go to set it down. Cut into this. Do the black spots now. How important is the black work, actually? It is somewhat important. I'm gonna grab this segment. I think we can do another, like, 2 clips of the black. 'Cause I guess what this segment is really showing is like how complex it is to do a camo scheme, and like how frustrating it is to work on, as well as like how much of it is just like guesswork. I'm putting shapes on it. I'm just trying to break up that outline. Not only am I trying to break up that outline, but I'm also painting it, so I have to break up the outline and think about highlighting and shading and all that really fun stuff. Okay, let's do a recap of where we're at with this paint up. How much time have I spent at this point? How self-indulgent are these clips? Man, come on, cooperate. There we go. Let's clip this down. This is already, it's kind of bloating, but that's fine. You know, this is going to be like a 20, 22, 25 minute video, which is why it's in 2 parts, because it's like each individual part is having to get cut way down to include all the details, because this project is bigger than it has any right to be. I think I screwed up somewhere. I think I kind of need this shot right here. Yep. Yep. Indulgent. We'll do some like talking at length this time while doing these long shots. Get some nice, like, more relaxing music this time. Trying to get back to that soothing classic Country Fried Minis content. Alright, so mix and paint. I might do some zoom in and outs on these. Applying gray. That's actually boo earns. It's a bad shot. I think I can just get rid of that. I think I can just get rid of that shot. Alright. We're mixing gray with ivory. We're applying it to his crotch. We're going and we're working on the arm. We're switching over to ivory straight up. And then we're applying a whole bunch of dots. And from here, we're gonna see what the model's missing and pull out some black paint. And we're gonna go back in and put on little squiggly patterns of black. Yep, okay. Here we're talking about camo and what goes into it. Yeah. And I think we can kind of be done with the black work, with the camo work, I mean. Pow. Just get rid of all of that. Next up, we're gonna work on the leathers. All right, how long is this clip? This is, oh, I see, I need to toggle track targeting. 4 minutes, 32 seconds to 5 minutes, 17. That's long. It's fine. 45 seconds on each color. I think we can get away with that. Or each major block of colors. And then it's long. It's enough to like talk about it at length without being overtly long. And I think both of these clips are browns. Yeah. Browns here. And then we do reds. Is white. Oh, so much went into this project. It's just insane. Where do I definitely want to get the shot of painting the eye in there. Because usually I skip this. Because most models have both eyes, and I'll screw up like 3 or 4 times. And it don't look good on camera. But this one, I saw a tip about coming up from the bottom, and I think that's deserving of a little bit of content there, especially because I go back in and I hit the same dots the second time. Yeah. How long was that? That's like 30 seconds. So we'll do 45 seconds on the gray. We'll do another 45 seconds on building up the leather tones and like the highlights. And then we can do maybe like 15 seconds each on the reds, the light colored leathers, and that we'll just gloss over the metallics, and that'll put us at what, minute and a half, 2 minutes 15. We could get through the entirety of the detail painting of Colin McLaren in under 3 minutes. Which I think will do good. That'll be fine. It's a lot of time spent on it, but like it's a chance to waffle on about like the ins and outs of mixing up these colors, touch back on what goes into it, what brushes to use, how to thin your paint, etc. Because the content is aimed at, you know, beginner painters as well as experienced painters. It should not only be educational and instructional, but should also be content that one could just run in the background while they're painting and have enough like spoken word nonsense in my awful country accent, as well as some decent music choices. And for what it's worth, country accent is of course enhanced and brought up, but it is genuine. I do hail from a small town in Tennessee, and the big thing is I fought my accent most of my life. I hated it. I made efforts to actively resist it because I thought it made you sound stupid. But it comes out every now and then, especially when like calling my folks, for instance, talking on the phone to my mom. It comes back quick there. Okay. Do 50-50 mix. Talk about that. 32 seconds. There we go. Pow. Grab this guy. That's 10 seconds now. We've got 20 seconds to, or I guess 35 seconds to talk about layering on the leathers. Make sure I'm getting nice in focus shots. Yeah, right there's good. Right there's real good. Do I wipe the brush on my thumbnail? Nope, I don't. Let's start it right here where that shot's in focus. Pow. 45. 5 seconds of that. Jump on down the track a little bit. Want to get that's a good spot right there. Getting it on the toes is a good detail. Nice rich dollop of paint. 20 seconds. We'll grab this, slap it there. Alright, so I think 10 seconds should be probably sufficient for building the like base color maybe. Unless one of these shots on the gloves is worthwhile. I don't really think it is. Gonna add more. Yeah. Gonna add more Baylor brown into the mix. That's what's going on here. That's getting included. And then gotta be a good section that shows the effects of the highlight. I think right here where it rotates. Yeah. Pow, what's 5 seconds of that look like? Yeah, perfect. Boom. Oh, I just can't seem to keep it in the frame. That's good right there though. 5 seconds of glove work. Is it important to show this brush? I must have thought it was. So let's do that. Let's show this brush. Oh, that shot looks good. That shot looks real nice. I could even zoom in on it some. Let's do right at that third knuckle. There we go. Where does 5 seconds put that shot right there? Yeah, cool. Slap that in. You know, I'm applying the Baylor Brown to these sections here. I could probably touch on that now without spending a long time on it. Oh, it's out of focus. Damn. Out of focus. Okay, there's a little bit in focus. I like the way that looks. We'll grab it. Pow. Let's do 5 seconds. That 25:03. Jump it forward 5 seconds. Clip that out, and then we can do 5 seconds of getting paint on the back end of the holster. I think is where it looks best. This side right here. I want that whole little bottom section right here. We'll do 57. I think that might be the right length. I haven't been counting, unfortunately, but let's stack them up and see how we did. Might be too many shots. In fact, I'm getting the distinct impression that it is too many shots. What are we looking at? Let me trim 10 seconds off it. Baylor Brown. We could get rid of the mixing. It's a fun little shot. Did I include mixing here? I did include one mixing shot, right? One mixing shot. I'll leave in one. Get rid of the second one. And then one of the clips of putting color down. And we'll have a nice clean 45-second segment that completely gets through the brown. Inclusion of brown. And this is weird. Why is it click to the clip there, friend? Okay. What can go here? The brush. Unimportant detail. Pow. Kind of important in like the technical details, but maybe not in the story that I'm trying to weave here. Instead, we're talking about the mixture of Mornfang Brown and Baylor Brown to build up the leather tones. So we bring the thing out, we mix the colors 50-50. We're gonna apply. We're gonna build back up our base layers, our mid-tones, I guess. We're gonna slowly add in some more Baylor Brown and highlight up the edges, including up to a really bright tap on the knuckles. Highlight up. Oh, there was a black frame in there. I synced that. And we'll build up the highlights in 2 distinct layers of color, adding more Baylor Brown each time. And then while we're at it, we can use just the pure Baylor Brown to go back to the belt and the holster and get them. Yeah, okay, that's gonna work. Perfect. Boom. Minute and a half of the content. It can go right here. And then I'm done with all of this. That can go. Now, 15 seconds to talk about we're going to talk about the red. We're going to talk about the ivory. We're going to talk about, I don't need to talk about the black. I could just spend 15 seconds on painting the eye, but honestly, I think it's important to show like the entirety of painting the eye. I'm just gonna start right here. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but part of my chaotic process, I suppose. It's actually gonna start right here. And then I need to show that, like, I nailed the dots the first time, but they were not bright enough. I ended up having to go back over them and touch them again and again to get the opacity I was after. Okay. We'll cut that there. I think we can spend 30 seconds on that. Maybe not. No, I think 33 was it. 25 seconds. 25 seconds dedicated to painting the eye. That works. I dig it. We'll take that whole thing. Oops. We'll take that whole thing and enjoy it. Bam. So, with that, what was the next bit here? We can do 15 seconds on the red. We'll do 15 seconds on the ivory. We can do 15 seconds on the metallic and the ink wash step. And then McLaren himself is done. And that might actually be a good... I could probably do another hour here. We're looking for red work. I think I want to include the literal first brush strokes of it here. Nope, it's not it don't look good. That looks okay though. Grab it, starting right there. Starting right there. Grab 5 seconds, putting that red down. Bam. Putting the red. Oh, I kind of like that shot of onto the shoulder. How long do I spend there? Is it 5 seconds? Is there 5 seconds of this contiguously? There is, and I'm going to take it. Pow. Right in the kisser. Grab that. And then we'll do these little details. Five seconds of that. Grabbed you there. And then we'll do, what is this? Doing highlights? Highlights. What am I achieving here? Did I actually do another layer of highlight? I don't think I did. Don't look like I did. Just a single highlight color. This might be the better shot on the back than that one before. I think it actually is, and we're going to remove that one. And we should have a nice 15-second clip of working on the red. And them over here. And then we do maybe just 10 seconds dedicated to just 10 seconds dedicated to this here. Right here. Pow. 5 seconds of that. Excuse me. Burping up my coffee. And then maybe a shot on the front end of that collar. Yeah, right here. Start it right there. 5 seconds there. 8. There we go. Pow. Snag it. Stick on the painting of the eyes. Stick this all together. That's 50 seconds of work. Which means maybe we could get away with doing, how long is this clip? It's too long to just do one contiguous take. I think I need to touch on the metallics. Yeah. We'll pull this out. 5 seconds of that. 33. Yeah, give it a shake. We'll apply some metallics. Like, come on, update preview, thank you. We'll start that right there. 1 minute, 7 minutes and 3 seconds. Grab that. And then we'll do another bit. Oh, that's good. That looks decent there. Do 5 seconds of that. Okay. Got 15 seconds here. And then we'll show the null oil coming onto the picture frame. Right here. Zoom it on in. Making progress, slowly but surely. Trudging forward, grabbing clips, editing it up. We're gonna do... Okay, don't need the... Maybe that is an important detail, actually. Where does 5 seconds put that? Puts it a little too far into it. I think we might actually want to just cut it right here and see what 52 looks like. I think that shows the entirety of that lining. I'm trying to illustrate. Yeah. And then we're going to show the... I want to get the washing of those like grenades or whatever they are. Maybe this guy. Yeah, I like that. 110. Oops, that needs to go back into that one. And then, how does that look if I go just 5 seconds back? I want this like. Okay, that actually looks decent. If I just cut this, what do we look like? Yeah, sick. Okay, so with that, Colin McLaren's on foot persona is now sliced up and turned into some digestible clips that aren't too long, but also managed to show the process. Let's clip it on here and see how long it actually is. So we're spending from 4 minutes and 32 4 minutes 32 seconds to 7 minutes and 30 seconds. It's 2 seconds over 3 minutes. How have I gotten? There's 2 seconds under. I've lost 2 seconds somewhere, but that's, that's fine. I don't need to add in 2 extra seconds. If anything, I need to be trimming out 3 seconds. But let's give that a watch. See, I'll sip on some coffee and see what this looks like. All right, so we're mixing color. We're applying the gray. We're continuing to apply the gray. We're getting out the next color, ivory. We apply a whole bunch of little dots. We show the model briefly. We're going to get out the black paint. I might have to take a full second of that off. That was just like a little too long. Putting black patches on. We are getting out the brown. We're going to mix it up 50-50. We're going to start layering up the midtones. We're going to continue layering up the midtones, talking about getting opacity in certain places, talking about mixing more Baylor brown in it to do a highlight until we reach a point. And as we mix in more and more Baylor brown, eventually we hit a point where there's pure Baylor brown highlights, and then while we have that color out, we can go ahead and do the work on the belt and the holster. Yeah, okay, getting that work in. And next we need to highlight up that red vest, so we'll do it in a couple of layers, building up a nice highlight tone, making it look nice before switching back to our ivory paint and putting on the finishing touches. And then from here we need to paint the eyes. And I'll do some kind of like bring the music down, build the tension type cinematic tool here. Maybe like an ears ringing sound effect during it would be fun. And then once we've got that out of the way, we can get out the metallic paint and touch up the little implements on his coat and his belt. On his coat and his belt, yep. And then get out our Nuln Oil. Make sure to give it a good vigorous shake before applying it in a black lining capacity as well as a highlight or a shade on the metallics. Then we zoom in and show the finished McLaren. Poop done. Excellent. Lovely work. We have now completed that segment, and I will delete all this extraneous clips. This now will all get selected and connected right here. We're done with McLaren. I think I'm actually gonna, I want this, let's shift all that, because I want to put in another, I want another talking head placeholder here. I know it's like right on the back end of doing this, but I think it's important to take like 3 to 5 seconds to say into the camera, like, oh, there's no worry, no need to worry, that stuff wiped off real nice. And then while we're setting it off to dry, what good would this mech be without a pilot? So we need to clip this in. We do 3 minutes of working on McLaren. We drop in another talking head segment. Let's see, can I shift this whole thing down a track? I can. Shift it all down a track. And now that we're done with Colin McLaren himself, it's time to get back to weathering up his ride. And that goes into clip number something. Clip number something. I think that last clip was 551. No, 159. So what is? Oh, those are just stills. Just stills. Not actually what I thought they were. Okay, so 551 is not the one. What is this next little piece? This is the clip where my airbrush was clogged and I disassembled it. Don't need it. This clip is where I apply a dull coat, a matte varnish to the model to seal in all the work. Do I actually like show it to the camera though? I got to. Surely I do. Be insane to think I don't. Surely I do. Okay, let's do... What am I doing here? I think I'm testing to see if it sprays after like fixing it up. So I can just gloss over all of that, honestly. And then I should show this to the camera. If not, I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Yeah, okay. I like that little wiggle waggle I just pulled there too. That's fun. Fun, stupid stuff. I'm all about that dumb stuff. Dumb, dummy, dummy. Dumb, dummy, dummy. Dummy, dummy, dummy. I'm a dummy, dummy. Alright. Right here. Trim that off. 5 seconds. Surely that puts me all the way through the wiggle waggle. Which is the highlight of that clip. Let's see. Yeah, that's so stupid. I love it. Alright. So, I'm gonna pour some into the... Oh, yes. I love this blowed out white. My phone not knowing how to balance the white. What's that look like? Excellent. Okay. And then we're gonna do a few shots. Need to show that actually really illustrates what's happening here. The shine disappears right before your eyes. Like that right here. Pow. We're gonna go to 9 minutes. 9 minutes and 1 second. And then I'm just gonna be on the lookout for any more segments that show the sheen disappearing. Ooh, what about on that? Where do I hit the? I think the symbols are probably the most poignant to catch. Where the match code changes there. Here it is. How long should this clip be? How long was the first spray down? First spray down is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clips. Okay, I'm gonna do the same. So 2 more clips out of this whole thing. And I think something off the top is the way to go. I like that one. That looked good. Really good shot. You can see the surface quality change on it, which is really cool. 5 seconds right there. Pow. I'm even like rotating it around, doing all that fun stuff. And then there's a good shot for this. I'm looking for it. This one isn't, like, I'm moving the model around so much that no particular angle is like screaming at me that that's the spot that gets included. Okay, I think that's it right there. Pow. I like hitting that Wolf's Dragoon symbol. The previous 2 clips we've selected kind of illustrate that surface change, but I don't want to spend a ton of time on this segment. I don't want it any longer than the first spray down from earlier. So we've got this. Get this. It goes from 8:12 to 8:30. Yeah, 25 seconds. Perfect. The other one was 25 seconds. This is 25 seconds. It's enough to illustrate what's going on without spending too long on this segment, but also shows both the product that's being used, that it can just be poured directly into the airbrush, and then an immediate surface quality change from the glossy to the matte, which is that one shot right there kind of sells it the best, even though this whole deal here is talking about, oh, I cover every angle of the model. Okay, so we're now back working on the mech. We have now matte coated it, and 6 to 8. From here, we're going to be talking about weathering the chipping work, I think is what we're doing. And it's so much work. It's just like an insane amount of work to do this. It was not including like the the rusty layers. It's 3 hours. Okay. I do a little edge highlighting. Damn, how important is that? I think including this edge highlight has the potential to really bloat this segment more than I'd like. It was definitely there. Definitely got included in the work. I don't know how important it is. I think it's unimportant. This isn't necessarily a like how to do this one particular model video. This is more like an essay on Colin McLaren and his ride, as well as all the weathering details. Yeah, I think we can skip over this second layer of edge highlighting. This is a third layer of edge highlighting, or have I finally gotten into the important work, which is, yep, there's the brown. Sponge chipping. That's the important stuff. That's what we're here to see. We're here to talk about weathering. We're here to talk about basing. We're here to talk about the completion of this model, the details that go into it, and do so without it being overly bloated. We're already into 6.5 minutes on this model, and actually I'm into, this yawn should tell you everything. I'm into 4 hours in this stream at this point. So I'm kind of leaning towards wrapping this up right here. I can do this boring stuff. Let's do 20 more minutes. I'm going to do the sponge chipping here. Or not. I'll let it lie right here. I think I will let it lie right here. I can film some more of the shots I need to do later tonight. I'm tired. It's been a long 4 hours of work. I want to stretch my legs, take a good sizable, at least a half-hour break. And you know, a half-hour break don't work too well with a stream. So I do want to thank everyone who showed up and checked out the stream today and participated. I love the interaction. It really makes for a good time when I'm trying to put work in on these models, or on these videos here at the Workflow live stream. I also want to let folks know who have found this live stream through the algorithm and are joining us now and catching this part as we're wrapping up today. A reminder that the Workflow live stream is not the regular content on Country Fried Minis, but is a form of regular content now on the channel. This is a forum in which you can voice your opinions, whether you're here live, throwing it in the chat, or dropping it down in the comments down below. Either way, I'm going to get your thoughts and take them to heart if they're good, or just open a thread of discussion. Any input is welcome. So please, by all means, throw it down below, throw it in the chat. I'm more than willing to go down that thread of conversation with you. A reminder as well that this Marauder video has been sponsored by Aries Games and Minis. So anyone checking out at Aries Games and Minis can use the code CountryFried. That's COUNTRYFRIED. All one word, no space, to get an additional 5% off of their checkout total. And that includes discounted items. So you can get a further discount on the entirety of your cart by checking out with code CountryFried at checkout. I advise you check them out because they got some really fun stuff on offer, some really awesome deals. But anyhow, I want to thank y'all for joining me today here in the live stream. We'll do some more of this stuff. We'll do some more work. I'll probably be back in around the same time tomorrow. And as always, I want you to remember to be happy while you're painting. And with that, take it easy. I'll catch you fellers next time. Also, further reminder, that's Country Fried at checkout, Aries Games and Minis. COUNTRYFRIED at checkout, 5% off everything else in your basket. Take it easy. Special thanks to Aries Games and Minis for sponsoring the Marauder video.